distinguished delegates, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This session is held in hybrid format via an e-conference platform called Kudo. For participants who join the session on Kudo, you will be able to turn on your microphone and camera only when your request to speak has been submitted and accepted through the platform. Kindly note that remote simultaneous interpretation of the proceedings is provided by the United Nations for the purpose of facilitating communication, in light of the fact that there are 6 official languages of the UN, 4 of which are used at ESCAP. Participants are requested to be mindful of the additional difficulties experienced by interpreters when working in remote mode and of the increased likelihood of disruptions to the audio feed to the interpreters. Only the speech or intervention in the original language is authentic and constitutes an authentic record of the proceedings. In case of any inconsistency between the interpretation and the speech or intervention in the original language, the latter shall prevail. In addition, interpreters servicing remote meetings cannot be held liable for interruption of service, pixelation, freezing, or loss of visual input, partial or complete loss of audio, audible artifacts, unauthorized access to personal or confidential data, leaking of information due to inadequate soundproofing, and/or data loss. Thank you for your attention to these matters. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now my honor to invite Ms. Armida Salcia Alice-Jabana, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to give her opening statement.
Excellency Mr. Chaiwood Tanaka Nusorn, Minister of Digital Economy and Society of Thailand, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the 4th session of the Committee on Information and Communication Technology, Science, Technology and Innovation. We are living through a decisive moment. The mass adoption of digital technologies was given a huge boost by the largely unforeseen COVID-19 pandemic. Consequently, digital technology has rapidly taken over more and more aspects of our lives. At the same time, the pandemic has widened and deepened the digital divide both between and within countries. This has reinforced a vicious cycle of economic inequalities. Digital divide has been referred to as the new phase of inequality. Lack of basic digital infrastructure, adequate investment, and affordability have been key limiting factors for many countries in the region. Nevertheless, almost without exception, government and business services have prioritized the development of new digital paradigms and are enacting reforms for policy and regulatory frameworks that are more flexible, adaptive, and collaborative. At the heart of such a new paradigm is the digital transformation process, which is not simply about access to digital connection and application. Rather, it is a transformational process in which people are not just consumers, but also creators of previously unheard of products and services, thus accelerating the transformation of value systems and socio-economic structures. That is why digital inclusion must be at the heart of digital transformation and accompanying digital policies and regulations if the promise to leave no one behind is to be met. In addition, as the fourth industrial revolution, or 4IR, evolves, we have the opportunity to explore the new frontiers of technology and innovation. Countries in the Asia-Pacific region are fast embracing 4IR technologies. While many developed and some developing countries are harnessing the benefits of 4IR technologies to achieve the SDGs, there is a risk that least developed countries and other countries in special situations could be left behind. The intra-regional disparity in terms of development and usage of 4IR technologies is a challenge for the region. Countries could mainstream the usage of 4IR technologies through enabling policy framework and strategies to accelerate their development process. Against this background, the committee this year has an important role in further shaping cooperation and partnership through regional cooperation platform. Towards this end, we have supported member states in the development of an action plan for 2020 to 2026 for a more practical and streamlined implementation of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway. I look forward to the committee's further guidance and endorsement of this proposal so that the Secretariat can move forward with its expedited implementation. In this regard, I'm also pleased to inform the committee's distinguished representative that the Ministry of Science and ICT of the Republic of Korea, in cooperation with ESCAP Secretariat, is organizing the first Asia-Pacific Digital Ministerial Conference 2022 under the theme Shaping Our Common Future from 9 to 10 November of this year in Seoul, Korea. I express my appreciation to the government of the Republic of Korea for organizing this event, which, with the valuable support of ministers from the region, will impart political momentum to our common endeavor to leave no one behind. I'm also pleased to inform you that under the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Technology Application for Sustainable Development 2018-2030, and drawing from the Global Integrated Geospatial Information Framework, our members and associate members have made much progress in the preparation of the fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Application for Sustainable Development to be held on 26 October of this year in Jakarta, Indonesia. I express my appreciation to the government of Indonesia for hosting and co-organizing this event with the Secretariat. Together, we can put the ever-expanding range of geospatial application and data in the service of more effective disaster risk mitigation and acceleration of SDG implementation. I look forward to hearing your deliberation and receiving your further guidance. I wish you a very successful committee session. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Ms. Alice Jabana, the Executive Secretary of ESCAP, for her opening statement. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Chaiwood Thanakmanuson, Minister of Digital Economy and Society of Thailand, to deliver his opening address.
Excellencies, Ms. Amida Saucia Alice Jabana, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Sawadee krap. On behalf of the Ministry of Digital Economy and Society of Thailand, it is my pleasure to address the opening remarks on the fourth session of the Committee on Information Technology and Communication, Science, Technology, and Innovation. I would like to begin by extending my sincere appreciation toward the important work underway in this committee, and to Ms. Amida Saucia Alice Jabana, Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, for your kind invitation. In 2020, The COVID-19 pandemic delivered a global shock to our socio-economic systems and affected the quality of people who live all over the world, leaving millions of lives lost and livelihoods destroyed. The pandemic also drove member states to accelerate digital adoption at an unprecedented speed and scale. With digital technologies becoming a focal part of all aspects of socio-economic policy planning and process implementation, the Royal Thai government, as the case for many other governments, have had to quickly adapt policies and regulatory frameworks in a more flexible way. The key element to this new paradigm is the digital transformation process. It is not simply about providing access to digital connectivity, but also to find an optimal approach for an effective management through leveraging new technology. One issue that Thailand is facing is the digital divide. Thailand has continued to reduce the digital divide through the Internet Pracharat Village Broadband project, which the government provides access to fixed broadband internet to over 24,000 villages throughout the countries. In addition to the mobile broadband coverage, this has allowed Thai people to have an internet penetration rate of more than 85%. And with over 68% of population buying items online weekly, Thai people are also at the forefront in e-commerce, and over 75% have access to internet or mobile banking. However, with increased access to the internet, there is also an increase in cybercrime. Thailand has therefore issued 3 new legislations, which are the Cybercrime Act, the Cybersecurity Act, the Personal Data Protection Act, and the Digital Asset Act, which dealing with cryptocurrency and NFT. All the act aims to help regulate this new shift toward digitalization. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the 4th session of the committee will provide us with a unique platform to agree on coordinated policy responses across Asia and the Pacific. The committee will discuss how Asia-Pacific countries will use digital transformation as a new opportunity to promote the productivity of industries and the competitiveness of nations. Digital transformation, therefore, provides people with improved services and new societal values and demands. I fully support the ESCAP initiatives, which emphasize digital cooperation among member states, and the call for the Executive Secretary to strengthen digital cooperation for accelerating digital transformation through regional cooperative platforms, such as the Action Plan 2022 to 2026 of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative. In addition, I call on members and associate members of ESCAP and regional organizations to continue working together and support the APIS initiative for effective digital transformation in this region. Once again, I would like to thank ESCAP for organizing this important meeting. I am confident that by all of us working in partnership for the greater common good, the Asia-Pacific region will continue to rise as a global leader in technological innovation. With this, I wish you all great success. Thank you. very much.
I thank His Excellency Chaiwat Tanakmanuson, Minister of Digital Economy and Society, Thailand, for his statement. I would now like to invite His Excellency Mr. Ivan John Uy, Secretary, Department of Information and Communications Technology, Philippines, to deliver his keynote address.
Her Excellency, Ms. Armida Salcia Ali Shabana, Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, my fellow ministers in the room, distinguished guests, distinguished delegates, a pleasant day to everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I wish to greet everyone here in Bangkok. This is a milestone. Finally, we get to meet face to face after a long period of COVID lockdown. As Secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology of the Philippines, it is truly an honor for me to address you all on this momentous occasion. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Executive Secretary, Ms. Ali Shabana, for the generous invitation. At the DICT, we strive to be the enabler, innovator, achiever, and leader in pushing the country's development and transition towards a world-class digital economy. The Philippines, through the DICT, aims to fulfill its mission to improve access, countryside development, and ensuring sustainable growth of Philippine ICT-enabled industries, resulting in the creation of more jobs. We are also in the process of deploying a Philippine national ID system called the PhilSys. PhilSys is a foundational document for identification of all citizens and resident aliens of the Republic of the Philippines. And it is a valid proof of identity provided by this system enables simplified public and private transactions, eliminating the need to present other forms of identification during transactions. This system shall also be a social and economic platform through which all transactions, including public and private services, could be availed of and serve as the link in promotion of seamless social service delivery and strengthening of financial inclusion. It also aims to contribute to enhancing administrative governance, reducing corruption, and promoting ease of doing business. We see that the scope and nature of the digital data pillar align with the Philippine National ID project. And it is our best interest to share and collaborate our experience and learnings in executing this project with our fellow member countries. We approach our important tasks by developing partnerships with other government agencies, industry associations, local government units, organizations, and individuals, especially in building innovation ecosystems for the countryside. Our vision towards digital transformation in the Philippines will be fueled by innovative solutions coupled by strategically creating policies that advances digital services, safeguarding data privacy, and promoting interconnectedness and interoperability of information. But of course, everything starts with connectivity. On top of our agenda is improving the internet connection in the far-flung and the community's digital connectivity with the rest of the Philippines and the world. These are our top priorities of the DICT. Through our free Wi-Fi program and our national broadband program, we can ensure that more Filipinos in remote areas can have access to stable and cheap internet connectivity. And through our common tower policy and the national government data center project, the public can also expect faster and more reliable internet connection. To elevate the living standards of the Filipinos, the DICT will also identify isolated communities and prioritize them in this program, with a goal to maximize the economic opportunities, especially in the countryside. With the entry of new players such as Starlink, we expect the quality of our internet situation to improve increasingly because there will be more competition with the local service providers. This will in turn improve the quality of life of Filipinos because they would widen their reach, experience faster internet speed, get affordable service, and of course, take advantage of better opportunities. The Philippines continuously improves its global positioning in the field of ICT. And the DICT's Mindanao Cluster 1 was proclaimed champion for 3 consecutive years at the World Summit on Information Society Prizes in 2022. This is a global competition hosted by the International Telecommunications Union. For this year, the ITU recognized the free Wi-Fi program in Western Mindanao and created cost-efficient network in the remote islands of Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi. We hope other countries may replicate this model in designing networks in areas with geographic constraints. Moving forward, we will deploy more internet connectivity to what we call as the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. As inter-country collaboration builds synergies and sharing of mutual benefits, the Philippines fully support the Draft Action Plan 2022 to 2026. We believe that this plan will serve as useful anchor for our national initiatives, particularly on the development and updating of plans, frameworks, and profiles of the ICT ecosystem. We would also like to note with interest that under the agenda on space applications, the Secretariat has collected several best practices that have evolved in the implementation of the Space Action Plan. With this, we are truly confident that the action plan will serve as a blueprint for cooperative actions to which we anchor national efforts for universal digital connectivity, digital transformation, and a more inclusive digital society. Finally, the Philippine government puts great emphasis on the need to convene regional policy dialogues at the highest level to drive digital transformation in the region. As the ITU says, the creation of a dynamic ICT sector is a key component of international leadership in the global knowledge economy and advancing new technologies. Countries need to leverage opportunities to digitize key sectors to achieve social inclusion. We agree with that an ICT-centric ecosystem will be sustainable when everyone understands their role and collaborates with each other to create greater impact. With that, we note and express appreciation to the Republic of Korea, who, in cooperation with the ESCAP Secretariat, will host and organize the first Asia-Pacific Digital Ministerial Conference on the 9th to the 10th of November 2022. We look forward to more collaborative initiatives between and among the country delegates here before us today. Thank you for your attention and wishing you all successful deliberations today.
I would like to thank His Excellency, Mr. Ivan John Uy, for his keynote address. I would now like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Sharif, Minister of State, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Technology of the Maldives, to deliver his opening address.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank Ms. Amida Salsa Alice Jabana, Under Secretary General of the United Nations, and the Executive Secretary of ESCAP for her invitation to attend this committee session. I am indeed very pleased to attend the opening of the 4th session of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, Science, Technology, and Innovation. Distinguished delegates, the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly impacted our socio-economic livelihood. Numerous communities and families were affected. However, we also witnessed during this pandemic, governments, private sectors, and other stakeholders across the Asia-Pacific had also fast-tracked the adoption of digital technologies to mitigate such negative impacts. The government of Maldives is committed to laying the foundations for expedited digital development of the Maldives. In this respect, we are working to establish the legal and technological foundations for expediting digital transformation. In particular, we are working to ensure that privacy and data is protected. We are working to establish legal foundations for digital leadership in the country, for cybersecurity, for a safe cyberspace in the Maldives. We are also working to make digital identity a reality, a core and the heart of digital transformation. In particular, digital development and seamless service delivery across the many islands of the Maldives. Today, we cannot discount the nature and role of the new generation of frontier technologies, the 4IR technologies, in sustainable development. As one crisis after the other challenges governments across our region, we must explore the promise of frontier technologies, from artificial intelligence to distributed ledger technologies, Internet of Things, drones, virtual and augmented reality. Digital transformation is a key strategy for the Maldives in its development agenda. There are, however, risks and certain complexities associated with adoption of new technologies. We must not only ensure equitable development, but we must make sure that we mitigate the risks of widening the digital divide as we transform our nations with these frontier technologies. We also need to address policy and regulatory challenges posed by these cutting-edge technologies as we seek a vibrant economy where consumers are protected and innovation is encouraged. In response, my ministry is collaborating with ESCAP and UNDESA on implementing a project to enhance the institutional capacity of government for leveraging policy experimentation and regulatory sandboxes in creating a more conducive space where we can experiment and trial with these new technologies and innovations, often at the edge or even outside the current policy and regulatory regimes. Policy experimentation and regulatory sandboxes can be a central tool for expediting the introduction of new technologies in the Maldives. Ladies and gentlemen, as we attend this fourth session of the committee, it will be an important opportunity for all of us to discuss how our economies in our region can work together to accelerate the use of digital technologies for increasing productivity and citizens' welfare. The Maldives has continued to support regional cooperation on digital connectivity through chairing the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Steering Committee meetings in the past sessions. The Maldives will continue to offer its full support towards the implementation of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Action Plan 2022 to 2026. I invite ESCAP member states to work together through the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway platform on identifying regional solutions to national digital challenges. Thank you.
I would like to thank His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Sharif, for his opening address. I would now like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Gevorg Mantasyan, First Deputy Minister, Ministry of High-Tech Industry of Armenia, to deliver his opening address.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, Secretariat Leadership of the ESCAP, thank you very much to the host country and the UN team for hosting us here for this important gathering. COVID pandemic showed that in emergency situations, it is very important to rely on the foundation what we build. In the days when we need to be apart, not to be connected, to keep the distance, the information communication technologies, and one of the foundation, what was back a few decades, the internet was bringing people closer to each other. And the topic which we are trying to discuss here today about the information technology superhighways, it's another example of the importance of doing the right decisions. If we failed in the past of building this infrastructure in a situation like the COVID pandemic, it is very hard to imagine how we will survive being in a distance, having not developed connectivity. But the importance of the momentum to make the right decision, it is the most important direction which is showing how the humanity can develop and what is the technology for the good. There is a lot of manipulation around the importance of technology. Even in our nowadays, we can see different technologies, different even devices which we can harm, but can also bring the benefit. You can consider this, or we together can consider this as a philosophical question, but the technology for the good, it should be on our vector. The technology which is serving the humanity, which should be very human-centric. And we want to express our interest and thank again for all member states who are supporting this initiative, this gathering. Send the compliments to the partners in Korea to supporting this gathering. And again remind the importance of developing the curriculum and giving the access to the education in a parallel to the quality of infrastructure. This is the important foundation where we can develop the educational curriculums, creating the social lift for the people to get an access to the educational knowledge and upgrade their skills and change their life. But for the innovation, it is very important to, in a parallel to the educational capacity building, and in a parallel to the developing the space for the science, to create the environment where these two dots can be connected. And here we see that the importance of the freedom of the flow of the information is crucial. And the regulatory which we are bringing together to the countries in our regions is crucial for the next development of our humankind. So I want to open up the question, are we satisfied what we are doing? Pretty sure not. Do we have the space for more development? Pretty sure yes. So I want to say thank you for all people who are gathering here, bringing their time and energy to find a better solution for our humankind and for our nations, and wish you best luck in achieving these targets. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank His Excellency Mr. Gevorg Mantasyan for his opening address. Distinguished delegates, that brings us to the end of our ministerial addresses. I take the opportunity to express warmest appreciations to our Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ms. Alice Chabana, and all the distinguished ministers for your valuable contributions and for your recommendations for possible solutions to the challenges we face. The next item on our agenda is the election of officers of the Bureau. The Bureau shall consist of a chair and 2 vice chairs. The floor is now open for nominations for such positions. May I invite invitations from the floor? I recognize the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, dear moderator. With my pleasure, I would like to propose His Excellency Mr. Ivan John E. Wee, Secretary, Department of Information and Communications Technology, Secretary of Philippines, as the chair of the 4th session of the Committee on Information and Communication Technology, Science, Technology, and Innovation. I further propose His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Sharif, Minister of State of Environment, Climate Change and Technology, Maldives, and His Excellency Mr. Chayut Tanak Manusol, Minister of Digital Economy and Society, Thailand, as the Vice Chairs. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea. Do I see any further nominations or secondments? I recognize the distinguished delegate from Samoa.
Thank you. Samoa wishes to second the nomination.
Thank you. Do I see any further nominations? I recognize the distinguished delegate from Kazakhstan.
Madam Moderator, I have the great pleasure to second the proposal of the nominations from distinguished delegate from the Republic of Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further nominations? As I see none, with that I take it that the committee has unanimously elected as chair His Excellency Mr. Ivan John Uy, Secretary, Department of Information and Communications Technology, the Philippines, and as vice chairs His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Sharif, the Minister of State, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Technology, the Maldives. And as second vice chair, His Excellency Mr. Chayut Tanak Manuson, Minister of Digital Economy and Society, Thailand. On behalf of distinguished delegates, I would like to congratulate the elected members and wish them all success in their work at the Bureau.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is indeed an honor and privilege for me to assume the chair of the fourth session of the Committee on Information and Communications, Technology, Science, Technology, and Innovation. On behalf of other members of the Bureau, I wish to express our appreciation to the distinguished representatives for the confidence you have placed in us. The members of the Bureau and I shall do our best to ensure that this meeting achieves its objectives and reaches a successful conclusion. As the pandemic continues, much hope is being placed on digital connectivity, science and technology, innovation as a means of attaining the future we want. Decisions on regional ICT connectivity, digital inclusion, digital transformation, and science, technology, and innovation are of high importance to all of us. There are a number of important decisions that await us, and for this, I rely on the cooperation and involvement of all distinguished delegates and the able support of the members of the Bureau. Before proceeding, I would like to make a few announcements on the ground rules for our discussions during this session of the committee. The fourth session of the Committee on ICT and STI is being conducted in a hybrid mode, combining video conferencing and in-person attendance of delegates. This format follows to a large extent the practices adopted in 2020. First, the committee will not hear regular country statements under each agenda item. Instead, I encourage very brief interventions of up to a maximum of 3 minutes. All statements will be posted online. I was informed that the Secretariat has also conveyed this same message to all delegations. Therefore, once again, I request delegations to keep interventions brief and focused. I will be intervening to request delegations to conclude if the statement has surpassed the time limit of 3 minutes. To facilitate proceedings and to help delegations get ready to take the floor, when I call on a speaker, I will also announce the speaker that will be next in line. Finally, before taking up the next agenda item, I understand that the Secretariat has some announcements to make.
Thank you very much, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me to share a few remarks on procedural matters. First, each government delegation may request for the floor at any time, and delegates will be called by the chair in the sequence of requests received by the Secretariat from either in-person or video conferencing participation. For delegates joining us via the e-conferencing platform, Kudo, to select the preferred UN language, the language selector with drop-down menu is available on the lower left of your screen. When you want to make an intervention, kindly click Request to Speak button When the chair calls upon you to take the floor, the microphone and camera icons will turn into red. Please click unmute the microphone and turn on the video and deliver your intervention. Do not click done speaking until you have completed your intervention, as this will cancel your request. Once you have completed your intervention, kindly click done speaking. For technical issues related to Kudo, kindly click Technical Support tab under the messaging icon and type your message there. Our technician will assist you shortly. The Secretariat will be monitoring the messaging in Kudo. However, the Secretariat kindly requests that all substantive questions or interventions be raised through your delegation by using the request to speak button only. And finally, to prevent echoes and interferences, please stay on the floor language when you speak and ensure all other devices connected to Kudo in the same room are turned off. To facilitate interpretation, I kindly ask all delegations to provide a written copy of your statement to the Secretariat prior to delivery. Statements can be submitted to the conference officer on duty here or via email to escap-tidd@un.org. As delegations are requested to limit their statements to 3 minutes, longer versions of statements may be submitted to the Secretariat for uploading to the website. Lastly, at the conclusion of tomorrow's sessions, you will be asked to complete an evaluation questionnaire. Achieving a strong response rate is important as we strive to strengthen the work of this intergovernmental meeting. And so may I kindly request you, therefore, that each member of your delegation complete the evaluation questionnaire that will be circulated tomorrow afternoon via email. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. Distinguished delegates, we shall now take up the adoption of the agenda as presented to you in the annotated provisional agenda ESCAP/CICTSTI/2022/L.1. Are there any comments on the agenda? If there are no comments, the agenda as contained in the document is hereby adopted. Any delegate who wishes to take the floor? There's none, okay. Distinguished delegates, we shall now proceed to the launch of the Asia Pacific Digital Transformation Report of 2022. Set hand over.
Yes, hand over the report.
Shaping the future.
Yes, and maybe a photo. Somebody wants a picture. Right. Oh yes, from there. One without mask.
Yes.
One without mask. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's video. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I can leave after this.
That's you, right?
Yes, group photo.
Okay. You're the one calling them, I think.
Yeah. Okay, it's
You.
me. Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Distinguished delegates, I would now like to invite all heads of delegations to the front podium for a group photo. So all heads of delegations, you are kindly invited to make your way to the front.
Thank you very much for joining us in the photos. So, distinguished delegates, with this we conclude agenda item number 1, and we shall now proceed to our discussion on agenda item number 2. We shall now take up agenda item 2 on Asia-Pacific Digital Transformation Landscape. The Secretariat has circulated the following document: Summary of the Asia-Pacific Digital Transformation Report 2022. And we will have one presentation from the Secretariat. I now have the pleasure to invite Ms. Tiziana Bonaparte, Director, Information and Communications Technology and Disaster Risk Reduction Division, to introduce this document.
Thank you very much, Chair. So if I could request for the PowerPoint to be shown on the screen. Okay, there it is. Next slide, please. So, distinguished delegates, in the drive to combat COVID-19, many governments, businesses, and people began to rapidly adopt digital technologies. And so we went digital by default, and in the process detonated a digital big bang. And so ESCAP is very pleased this morning to present the Asia-Pacific Digital Transformation Report 2022. This is the first edition of a biennial flagship publication series, and the highlights from this report have been summarized in the Secretariat note referred to by our distinguished chair under agenda item 2. Next. The key objectives, using a data-driven analytical approach, the report sought to deepen our understanding of the rapid and complex digital transformation process resulting from the COVID pandemic. And a second objective that derives from the first one is to draw insights for policy development by identifying and sharing good practices on digital transformation. And thirdly, the report highlights regional cooperative actions to advance digital transformation. Next, please. So in terms of findings, there is clearly a dynamic digital transformation process underway. Asia-Pacific has some of the most digitally advanced countries, but interestingly, middle-income countries are also showing dynamic processes of both digital innovation as well as digital adaptation and digital adoption. However, most low-income countries still lag behind. And with digital having become default during the pandemic, Asia-Pacific now finds itself as the most digitally divided region of the world. Next, please. So in that graph, you see Asia-Pacific as having the most extreme outliers, the highly advanced countries, world leaders, and then also some of the countries that lag the furthest behind. And then on average, where most of the countries find themselves is also quite a broad spectrum of positions in the digital transformation scale. So we did analyze a little further how this digital divide is playing out, and there is the characteristics of the digital divide are driven by age, by gender, by education levels, by disability, and by geography. So these are the key driving characteristics of the divide. And the divide has triggered a vicious cycle of economic inequalities, both within and across countries. Next, please. So these findings are based on a framework of digital transformation from which we derived a digital transformation index. And this framework is based on 5 actors, which is the infrastructure, network operators, the government, business, people, and then the whole ecosystem. And then we looked at 3 stages, and the stages are based on foundation stage, adaptation stage, and acceleration stage. So using this broad framework, we then came up with a digital transformation index. Now, this work was done for research purposes, for analysis, and for helping us to organize or have a framework that organizes our understanding of where the region stands in terms of digital transformation. Digital transformation is a highly complex process, and this framework was a Secretariat attempt at trying to organize a little bit the process and trying to deepen understanding on the process. It is one approach. There are many approaches out there. They all reveal certain aspects that are of interest. So the recommendation from the Secretariat is to view this as one approach, one methodology, and it is, of course, to be viewed together with all the other research and policy analysis work that is done by governments, international organizations, and increasingly private sector-based organizations. So this is one approach, and by no means do we have the final answers or do we have all the answers. We are just one of the many players in the field. Next, please. So in terms of the where we stand with the dynamics of digital transformation, so there you have the world map showing that the bluer, the darker the blue in the map, the more digitally advanced, and then the lighter, the less digitally advanced. And then we had a number of large areas with no data, and this was particularly so for the Pacific Island countries. So unfortunately, we were not able to include the Pacific Island countries, and this is perhaps, this lack of data is a further sign of how the digital divide plays out. So I would say the gray areas are the areas where there is the biggest digital divide because there is simply no data. Next, please. We then also looked at the fixed broadband speeds, and this was, can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah, thank you. So we looked at fixed broadband speeds, and then it was based on real-time mobile phone connections, and this data was aggregated to a very high level, and then we mapped the aggregated data on the speed of internet usage, and here the greener the map, the faster the speed, the green-blue areas are the fastest, and then the orange-red areas are the slowest. And so this is also, you know, one other way of showing the digital divide, where and based on real-time, real connections, you know, not administrative reported statistics or data. This is ground-based data aggregated at a high level. Next, please. In terms of the dynamics of digital transformation, the ICT infrastructure is the essential but not sufficient condition. And given given that the Pacific small island countries are the most digitally divided, we have done a deep dive into the infrastructure connectivity of the Pacific. Tremendous progress has been made more recently in terms of the deployment of fiber optic cables, but there are still significant gaps in terms of internet exchange points, and the lack of internet exchange points results in data being exchanged outside the region, thus adding to latency and costs of data exchange. Next, please. We did a similar exercise for the ASEAN sub-region, and similarly in the ASEAN sub-region, we found that the lack of internet exchange points is affecting in particular the landlocked Southeast Asian countries, and there is scope there as well for lowering the high transit costs and lowering the latency through the establishment of more carrier-neutral and shared internet exchange points. Next, please. Governing digitally. was the next major area or central driver of digital transformation. And there we used UNDESA's e-government development index, and what that index showed was that the highest proportion of countries with a very high index values are concentrated in Europe, followed by Asia. So that was also a further reflection of how advanced large parts of Asia have become in terms of digital transformation. A key issue moving forward is how government agencies systematically collect and share digital data in a secure and efficient way. And additionally, how to simplify regulatory complexity in e-government services, because digitizing complex regulation detracts from user-friendly services, and it impacts the elderly and those with low education levels, who are the ones who stand to benefit most from e-government services. Next, please. Another piece of good news is that infrastructure investment has been increasing, but probably not enough. As we see on the right-hand side of the graph, 3G and 4G in mobile coverage in terms of percentage of population is close to 100%, but the 5G lags behind, although we see a sharp upturn in the past few years, and we can expect this upturn to continue to rise. Next, please. So the challenge is now how to shape our digital future with new development paradigms. And in the report, we suggest policy and regulatory frameworks that strengthen national competitiveness, that boost productivity of business and manufacturing, and provide people with new values and services, while opening up opportunities that change values and mindsets. And for this, flexible, adaptive, corroborative policies and regulations with new methods of consultations and partnerships are recommended. Next, please. The report suggests 3 pathways aligned with the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Action Plan for the next 4 years. On the supply side is providing the relevant policy practices for the development of cost-effective network infrastructure. On the demand side is strengthening the capacity building programs and policies to promote digital demand and digital literacy. And then system-wide, bringing supply and demand together is the need to enhance the use and management of digital data as an essential component of the digital economy and society. Next, please. The report also emphasizes the importance of high-level leadership, vision, and decision-making. And towards that end, the Secretariat is supporting the first Asia-Pacific Digital Ministerial Conference, which is being organized by the Republic of Korea with the support of ESCAP under the theme of Shaping Our Common Future on the 10th of November 2022. Next, please. And so matters calling for the attention of the committee. The committee is invited to share national policy perspectives on digital transformation, and the committee is also invited to propose ways in which digital transformation can support the implementation of the APIS action plan. And then the committee may wish to also request the Secretariat to coordinate multi-stakeholder partnerships to implement the action plan over the next 4 years. And then my final slide is an acknowledgement and special thanks to all the contributing partners of the Asia-Pacific Digital Transformation Report. We could not have done this on our own, and so we'd like to acknowledge and thank all the partners that contributed. So if that slide could be shown, please, the next slide. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. That concludes my statement.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tiziana Bonapace, for your presentation. I now have the pleasure to invite distinguished delegates to share their views and comments on the agenda item. I would like to open the floor for interventions from members and associate members of the Commission first, and then to observer countries and organizations. So we have, the first speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate from China, Ms. Yosheng Ke. Ms. Ke, are you here?
Okay, so we can move to Russian Federation.
I think she's not here yet. So let's move to our.
There.
Okay, she's online. She's online. I'm sorry. He's online. I'm sorry.
Okay. 谢谢主席先生。首先，祝贺你当选本次委员会的会议主席。主席先生，各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，感谢秘书处所做的介绍。当今世界已进入信息时代，面对新冠疫情、气候变化等综合性挑战，数字转型是应对挑战的有效手段之一，也积极推进创新，为区域和全球经济发展注入动力。中国政府高度重视数字技术发展，大力推动互联网、大数据、人工智能等数字技术与实体经济深度融合。中国网络基础设施不断完善 ，5G 基站数量已占全球总量的60%以上，互联网普及率已达73%，产业数字化转型提速升级。 数字经济规模连续数年稳居世界第2。此外，中国不断提升数字包容性，深入推进互联网应用适老化及无障碍改造，增进包括老年人、残疾人在内的全体人民的福祉。同时，中方积极支持区域和全球的信息通信和科技创新的合作。 中国 ESCAP 合作基金、蓝莓合作基金等持续支持 ESCAP 秘书处，帮助发展中国家提升数字能力，缩小数字鸿沟。中方持续支持空间技术应用，促进可持续发展区域计划、区域旱灾监测和预警等区域合作机制，帮助区域国家更好地应对自然灾害。 中方提出全球发展倡议，旨在推动国际社会加强团结、聚焦发展，加快落实联合国2030年可持续发展议程。中方也愿与各方共同落实好全球发展倡议，围绕包括数字经济、数字时代互联互通等倡议重点领域开展务实合作。主席先生。 在亚太地区数字转型取得积极进展的同时，数字鸿沟仍然存在，区域数字转型仍然面临挑战。我们各方应聚焦发展合作，提升发展中国家分享数字红利的能力，弥合数字鸿沟。要用好 ESCAP 区域合作平台及数字转型、空间应用等部长级会议机制。 共同推进落实亚太信息高速公路等区域倡议，并充分发挥伙伴关系潜力，加强经验交流，推进技术分享， 政策协调和能力建设。与此同时，应加强数字安全，推进数字治理，共同推进2030年可持续发展议程。主席先生，中方注意到 ESCAP 秘书处发布的2022年亚太数字转型报告，其研究方法、数据来源等未经过成员国的讨论。报告中提及的数字转型框架指标体系，与其他国际组织发布的相关指标体系的协同性和互操作性，仍需进一步研究与论证。我们期待有关的指标体系能够进一步完善。谢谢主席先生。
Thank you very much for the intervention from the distinguished delegate from China. The next speaker on my list is from the United States.
Thank you, Chair. Ministers, distinguished delegates, and other colleagues, it's a pleasure to join other members of the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, Committee on Information and Communications Technology and Science, Technology and Innovation Committee for today's discussion on enhancing digital connectivity in Asia and the Pacific. Closing the digital divide and expanding connectivity for all is our shared goal. The United States is committed to full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. As Target 9C of that agenda notes, increased access to information and communications technology is essential for achievement of sustainable development goals. The United States is deeply committed to a vision of global development that is inclusive, driven by innovation, and focused on those most in need. We are long-standing leaders in promoting sustainable, equitable, and transformational development. Universal connectivity is crucial to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and improving the lives and futures of us all. The United States is making ambitious, concrete pledges to support digital connectivity and to bridge digital divides. We recently highlighted these commitments at the ITU World Development Conference in Kigali, Rwanda, including in connection with the ITUD's Partner to Connect initiative. Under Doreen Bogdan-Martin's leadership, the ITU Development Bureau has championed new initiatives to close connectivity gaps around the world. We look forward to maintaining productive collaboration with multilateral institutions like the ITU under the P2C initiative, as well as with ESCAP under the APIS. Among these commitments are several different efforts that support goals laid out in the APIS. For example, through the Digital Connectivity and Cybersecurity Partnership, or DCCP, the United States will provide technical assistance and capacity building to help developing country governments establish ICT policy and regulatory frameworks that enable a vibrant and inclusive digital economy. To date, the United States government has invested over $47 million in these efforts, and through the Digital Invest program under DCCP, the United States is mobilizing private capital for digital connectivity, infrastructure, and digital financial services that strengthen global, free, open, interoperable, reliable, and secure digital ecosystems in emerging markets. These programs support the objectives of APIS Pillars 1, 2, and 3 to enhance connectivity, digital technologies and applications, and digital data to bridge the digital divide. This is just one example of the work that the U.S. government is pursuing to support the vital goal of bridging digital divides, promoting sustainable, equitable, and transformational development through the growth of open, interoperable, reliable, inclusive, and secure digital ecosystems around the world. Given the importance of these issues, we look forward to the Digital Ministerial Conference, also to be held in Seoul in November 2022. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your inputs, distinguished delegate from the United States. Our next speaker will be our distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation. You're recognized.
Ваше Превосходительство, дамы и господа, коллеги, большое спасибо за предоставленное слово и возможность поделиться нашим видением и опытом в сфере цифровой трансформации. Как известно, мировое сообщество в настоящее время переживает период накладывающихся друг на друга кризисов. ИКТ и цифровые технологии часто рассматриваются как средство компенсации, по крайней мере, некоторых негативных последствий кризисных явлений. В этих условиях цифровая трансформация может служить катализатором восстановления и развития экономики. Однако в целях обеспечения равномерной и всеобъемлющей цифровой трансформации необходимо применять комплексный подход. Именно поэтому подход к цифровой трансформации экономики, принятый правительством Российской Федерации, носит целостный характер. В рамках национальной программы «Цифровая экономика» работа ведется по 10 федеральным проектам, а именно нормативное регулирование цифровой среды, информационная инфраструктура, кадры для цифровой экономики, информационная безопасность, цифровые технологии, цифровое государственное управление, искусственный интеллект, обеспечение доступа в интернет за счет развития спутниковой связи и, наконец, развитие кадрового потенциала IT-отрасли. Такой подход позволяет охватить различные аспекты цифрового развития и облегчает межведомственное сотрудничество по реализации инициатив. В качестве примера межведомственного сотрудничества в сфере цифровой трансформации можно привести внедрение суперсервисов. В условиях пандемии необходимость предоставления гражданам доступных и эффективных государственных услуг при ограничении личного общения вышла на первый план цифровой трансформации в России. Суперсервисы, введенные правительством России в 2020 году, позволяют гражданам получить набор услуг, необходимых в определенных жизненных ситуациях, в один клик. При этом большинство форм заполнены предварительно, поэтому люди не тратят большое количество времени на заполнение запросов на услуги и не беспокоятся об их своевременной подаче. В то время как отдельные услуги сложно найти и понять, каждый суперсервис построен на анализе конкретных потребностей в определенных жизненных обстоятельствах и проактивном предоставлении необходимого спектра услуг в один клик. Кроме того, такие суперсервисы сводят к минимуму использование бумажных документов и необходимость физического посещения нескольких государственных учреждений. Принимая во внимание всеобъемлющий подход к цифровой трансформации, принятый в Российской Федерации, мы приветствуем усилия, предпринимаемые в рамках Комитета по информационно-коммуникационным технологиям, науке, технике и инновациям. Российская Федерация поддерживает и будет поддерживать в будущем меры по реализации плана действий Азиатско-Тихоокеанской информационной супермагистрали на 2022-2026 годы, а также программ Азиатско-Тихоокеанского учебного центра по ИКТ в целях развития. Отдельно хотела бы отметить, что Российская Федерация готова делиться накопленным опытом и передовыми цифровыми решениями на различных площадках, включая уже упомянутые, а также в рамках двустороннего сотрудничества. Спасибо за ваше внимание.
Thank you to our distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation. I see, oh, there's an intervention from the Philippines. The Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the representatives of the UN ESCAP, member states, associate member states, observers, and various international organizations present here today, good morning. The Philippines recognizes the pivotal role of sustainable digital transformation in social progress and is one with UN ESCAP, Committee on Information and Communication Technology, Science and Innovation, CICTSTI, in its efforts to bring together opportunities and solutions as laid out in the Asia-Pacific Digital Transformation Report 2022. The Philippines places significance on transforming our government into an agile bureaucracy that is responsive to the needs of Filipinos allowing secure and seamless access to public services and narrowing the digital divide by capitalizing on the gains of digital transformation. To keep abreast with the increased reliance of the 110 million population of Filipinos on ICT, the Philippines, through the Department of Information and Communications Technology, presses on to develop and implement ICT initiatives and regulatory responses that stimulate a vibrant ICT ecosystem. In line with this, the DICT made it a mission to establish a 24/7 e-government service to simplify government transactions and eliminate corruption through programs such as the Digital Foundation ID System, branded as the Philippine Identification System, or PhilSys, and the Electronic Business Permits and Licensing System, among many others. Specific to the telecommunications sector, to enhance market competitiveness and provide a more accessible and affordable internet, the Philippines issued the guidelines for the Common Tower Policy, and this seeks to widen the base of tower providers to fast-track the deployment of shared passive telecommunications tower infrastructure across all regions of the country, especially in the geographically isolated, conflicted, and disadvantaged areas. Acknowledging the significance of promoting digital literacy to further accelerate digital transformation, the Philippines, who is governing council member and as an academy partner of the United Nations Asian and Pacific Training Center for Information and Communication Technology for Development, or UNAPCICT, fully supports its ICT capacity building initiatives. We have included these initiatives in our executive management track, digital transformation related modules of the department's ICT Academy. And these are being implemented nationwide through our regional offices. With the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on the Philippine economy, the government responded with the enactment of policies that would aid in the recovery of business and stimulate investments for various sectors, including the ICT, science and innovation related sectors, which are important in digital transformation. This includes the corporate recovery and tax incentives for enterprises, which is estimated to provide private enterprises with more than 1 trillion pesos worth of tax relief over the next 10 years. The Foreign Investment Act was also amended to relax foreign equity restrictions to attract international investors through reduced minimum paid-up capital. The Philippines, being a member of ESCAP, will continue to step up to the challenge of keeping abreast with this fast-changing industry through programs that would bolster societal and economic development. The Philippines will push forward timely and relevant ICT reforms to champion the implementation of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative 2022-2026. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much from the delegate of the Philippines. Are there still any more interventions from any other delegates on the floor and online? I don't see any. Azerbaijan? Yes, okay. Azerbaijan, delegate, you may now have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, information and communication technologies expect to play the leading role in the diversifying of the economy in the world, and COVID-19 had a great impact in development of digital technologies and services, and it showed us the importance of digitalization. And as Azerbaijan, we also felt the effects of COVID-19 and tried to manage the impacts of COVID-19 by using digital technologies. Of course, that's the policy of Azerbaijan. We want to reduce our reliance on hydrocarbons and to improve the ICT in Azerbaijan. And now the trend of development of ICT in Azerbaijan is high, and the level of internet users and mobile phone users, smartphone users, and public service, digital services users is high. And we started passing from e-government to digital government in 2018. And we created e-government development center. It's also e-government research center, and we are presenting the public and private services to our citizens at our Asan service centers. And we got United Nations Public Service Award in 2015 for the quality of our services. And now, daily, more than 30,000 people use our public services, and we made accessible, easy, no bureaucracy, no corruption at the public services. And we created MyGov. It's a personal cabinet of the citizens, and any citizens can get public services, digital services, and can get smart notification about his or her personal information. And also, we are applying new technology trends to our services, artificial intelligence. We use big data analysis at our public services. And the working groups too, one of the main directions of activity, digital technologies and digital applications, because in Azerbaijan, we are applying many digital applications, and we present it to the citizens. And at the COVID-19 period, we also created some digital applications that made life easier to our citizens. And as a state agency, we are also happy to be here to play the active role at ESCAP, this Asian Pacific Superwave initiative. And we are also ready to share our knowledge, our best practice with the member countries, and we are willing to participate at the capacity building programs, and hope the outputs of the project will be useful for all member countries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much from our distinguished delegate from Azerbaijan for the excellent contribution. Our next speaker will be from the delegate of Kazakhstan, who is here in person. You have the floor, sir.
Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, let me first extend my gratitude to the ESCAP Secretary for creating constant dialogue to strengthen regional cooperation. Let me briefly outline how we contributed to the Sustainable Development Goals. We believe that digital is one of the answers to global challenges the world faces today. Insights provided by the big data and created opportunities could allow us to transform everything. Technologies affect the supply chains, can bring the education and medical services closer to the citizens. The data gathered in an immediate format can make possible to develop strategies to address climate change, water supply shortage, and so on. The global connectivity is the most important to accelerate progress, to reduce the digital divide, and to develop information society. In this regard, Kazakhstan successfully implemented two most important digital infrastructure projects, fiber optic to the villages and the mobile broadband to the villages, that allowed us to cover 98 and 6% of our population with the internet. Along with this, we are improving our regulations to provide satellite communication systems. Furthermore, we are about to build a fiber optics through the Caspian Sea, so our country would contribute to boosting Eurasian internet traffic, making digital services available to all. This is another step to reduce the digital divide. One of the main goals is to make the national economy truly digital. One of those examples is IoTs. Starting from 2023, big industrial plants are obliged to install IoTs integrated to the central database. It would collect from the sensors and compiled in one place. The government would have data online on the level of emissions. In terms of healthcare, we believe this AI-based monitoring solution will also help reduce the related disease. Let me also outline the main aspects of digital transformation in Kazakhstan. The basic principle is establishing a digital system that is citizen-centric and oriented towards their needs. As a prior step, our government has optimized the public services so that citizens could fully enjoy the simplicity of e-services. Now, 90% of them are electronic. As a result, we are 29th out of the 192 countries on e-government of UN Index, 11th of e-services. Let me give you one example. Our citizens are able to download 18 types of digital documents from the platforms of e-government and commercial banks. They are IDs, birth certificates, passports of vaccination, driver licenses, etc. We have introduced digital identity biometric system in progress of enrolling digital consent platform. In addition to ensure the simplicity or user-friendliness of services, we are moving towards the total re-engineering of the business processes. The ultimate goal is, as we call it, to make the government invisible, so people receiving public service don't have to directly interact with the government. In other words, we started analyzing and reconsidering long-established processes. Let me give you another example. Our citizens can make a deal on car selling on a bank platform. The banks have connected to the public database now, so no one goes to government agencies anymore. The same with the mortgages. They also can be made on banking platforms, saving money and time of our citizens. Nevertheless, today, this digital transformation is currently underway in order to further transform the public service sector and to create opportunities to the development of new types of businesses. Many of us today are demonstrating their contributions to SDG and achievements in ICT. Our understanding is that digitalization of one state apart from others will not be useful for final consumers, that is our citizens. In this regard, we need a special platform to promote important digital initiatives in the sub-region, strengthening institutional capacities through the analytical and policy-related work on the Digital Solution Center for Sustainable.
Excuse me, Kazakhstan, we're already over the 3-minute limit. Please wrap up. Thank you.
And finally, we are certain that Digital Solution Center functioning under the ESCAP will create conditions to enhance cooperation in the region as a whole. Thank you for your attention and wish successful to all participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate from Kazakhstan. We have now, next on the floor will be the Delegate from Samoa, who's on the floor. Samoa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, this meeting creates an environment of collaboration for members and partners in building collaborative solutions to overcome the challenges we face in technology, science, and innovation, which will influence the areas of social, health, and education. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Samoa looks forward to supporting the targets of this action plan for 2022-2026 of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway, and will commit herself in working together with the Pacific family to ensure that Samoa and its people play its part in building towards successful execution of these activities. Looking forward to creating an environment of enabling infrastructure for initiatives in connectivity and internet resources. We will develop the need to build applications and digital technology that will utilize the high-speed connections to improve access together in building the generations of technology experts that will pave the way for new digital assets through application development and platform enhancements. Assisting in the challenges of the various Pacific nations together with Asian nations who share the same aspiration. Projects such as the Pacific IXP will allow for cross-country resource pooling in building collaborative platforms to improve the sustainability of application developments for the rural population, such as is the case with the rural connectivity project supported by ESCAP. To encourage the meaningful use of connected technology, Samoa, together with its partners, will continue to develop towards ensuring that the Asia-Pacific region is well-resourced and capable of reaching the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals. Looking at strengthening school connectivity initiatives, national digital support for applications in health, education, e-agriculture, fintech support, transport and utilities, and various other digital transformation initiatives across the sectors and the Pacific nations. Together with the development of relevant policies, adopting new regulation and defining sustainable financial models for facilitating these needs. Through today's collaboration, the Pacific Island states believe these discussions will include the improvement of local economies, cross-border support in application and digital platform development, together with data infrastructure that will build multi-stakeholder consensus in working together for our common vision of digital inclusion in developing levels that will be benefit for all. Samoa continues to work with all member states to support this great plan in building for meaningful connectivity through adoption of connectivity-based application and enhanced access to information. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I wish to emphasize that the support of the Secretary in areas of support for the small island states and the Pacific nation in achieving these action plan in closing the gaps of digital divide. Thank you. Sofiuma Imanuia.
Thank you very much to our delegate from Samoa for that valuable contribution. We have online our delegate from Bangladesh, the Honorable Khairul Amin. Are you online? You have the floor, Mr. Amin.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Honorable Chair of the session, Excellency Executive Secretary ESCAP, Excellency delegates of different countries, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning from Bangladesh to all. At first, I'd like to extend my special thanks to ESCAP for allowing me to speak on this occasion. At first, I would like to say that the government of Bangladesh has taken several initiatives to digitize whole of the government under the initiative for Digital Bangladesh Vision 2021 declared by our Honorable Prime Minister. Under this vision, there are 4 pillars such as e-governance, connectivity, human resource development, and ICT industry promotion. So considering all these 4 pillars, government has taken several steps and activities. Some of the important of these activities are MyGov platform, one of the largest integrated platform of all services, consists of 1.7 thousand digitized services with 3.5 million registered users. Another initiative is eNoti, to ensure the accountability and transparency in public services. This system has been established in 11.4 thousand government offices with 115,000 officials. During COVID period, this system helped us to keep up and running all the government offices. And the digital center, the government has established union digital centers and other digital centers in rural areas, including municipalities. So about 8,000 digital centers has been established where government are providing services to the citizens in the rural areas. One-stop web-based platform called BD Portal of government information under one umbrella is developed where 52,000 government offices with 10 million contents and information and data has been provided in this portal. And the important task is Shikkok Batayon, that is teacher platform. Over 500,000 teachers are connected, and they are able to exchange the contents and sharing their learning resources. Muktapart platform is used to provide online training, and 1 million users has been registered for this learning lessons and training. The distinguished delegates, government of Bangladesh is considering seriously to ensure the access to information to all, and in this connection, the government has ensured the connectivity to grassroots levels. 3,800 unions have been connected with broadband internet using 20,000 kilometer fiber optic cables. 8,500 government offices has been interlinked with dedicated networks. The use of internet has increased significantly at the moment. That telephone use of the country is 17.7 crore, whereas internet user is 12.37 crore, and the internet density is at the moment 73%. So during COVID, ICT has played a significant role in Bangladesh, and all the services has been provided using ICT technologies. Particularly in health services, there is a platform corona.gov.bd, National Telehealth Services, Corona Helplines 333, and particularly one of the apps called Shurokka, means protection. This is a vaccine management system, has been developed by ICT division, and which was an instrumental to administer the vaccine management during COVID. And at the moment, the users can use this system to register their vaccination programs, and they can generate certificates to use in different purposes regarding vaccinations. Excellency Chair, just I'd like to mention about the information superhighway initiatives. The government of Bangladesh is member of the CME 4 consortium and CME 5 consortium, and it will be a pleasure for the country and to take part in the initiatives taken by the ESCAP. For regarding fourth industrial revolutions, government has taken several steps and projects. Particularly, the Vision 2041 has been declared, where two principal visions has been identified. Number one is Bangladesh will be a developed country by 2041, and number two, poverty will become a thing of the past in Shinar Bangla. So in order to achieve these objectives, several components have been identified for digital opportunities and innovations, developing human resources ready for 21st centuries, connecting citizens in ways most meaningful to them, taking services to citizen doorsteps, and making the private sector and market more productive.
Mr. Amin, due to time constraints, please wrap up. You will have an opportunity later in the afternoon to speak again on the other items. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for patient hearing. Thanks a lot.
Okay. So thank you very much from our delegate from Bangladesh. Are there still any more delegates from the floor or online? If I see none, how about any from the observers? Okay, I don't see anybody from the observers. I'd like to give the floor to the Deputy Secretary General of the ITU, Mr. Malcolm Johnson. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and good morning. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues. I'd like to thank ESCAP for inviting ITU to this important meeting, and congratulations on the progress made on the APIS action plan to date, and that's despite the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. One thing that the pandemic has proved is that ICTs have a huge role to play in helping the world to build back better in its aftermath. No one can doubt now that digital technologies will be vital for the achievement of each of the 17 SDGs. The pandemic has also shown how interconnected and interdependent we are, as is illustrated in the Asia-Pacific Digital Transformation Report, as well as ITU's new Global Connectivity Report. Most UN organizations are now making use of digital technologies to achieve their goals. And it's important, therefore, that we each bring our own specific competencies to the table, avoid duplication, and pool our limited resources. This is why the role of the United Nations Group on Information Society, UNGIS, which has more than 30 UN agencies, is particularly important to ensure that the UN is well coordinated in its use of ICTs for the achievement of the SDGs. New and emerging technologies promise a significant boost to progress on the SDGs, if harnessed correctly and if universally available. These technologies are critical to addressing the challenge of climate change, whether for monitoring climate change, responding to natural disasters, or creating smart cities, islands, and villages. The interplay between climate change and digital transformation is fundamental, and dialogue is crucial between technology specialists, policymakers, and environmental experts. The joint task force between ITU, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, and WMO on smart subsea cables is progressing well, with the objective to integrate environmental sensors into the submarine cable networks to provide measurements on ocean climate, sea level rises, and tsunami warnings. I'm pleased that yesterday's steering committee agreed to collaborate with this task force. Mr. Chairman, the ITU's mission is to connect the world, so we support the objectives of the APIS Action Plan. It'll be important that we work closely together on its implementation to pool our resources and avoid duplication of effort, as we do in many related areas such as disaster risk reduction, ICTs in older persons, and ICTs for persons with disabilities. As the world grows increasingly reliant on ICTs, we will certainly need closer collaboration, cooperation, and coordination at the national, regional, and international levels. So I wish you a very successful meeting. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General of the ITU, Malcolm Johnson, for your valuable contribution. Do I see any more interventions on the floor? Since I see none, I'd like to thank everybody for your valuable and very astute observations and contributions this morning. I would now like to turn over the floor to our committee secretary, Ms. Tiziana Bonapace, to provide the concluding observations.
Thank you very much, Chair, and a very special thanks to all the distinguished delegates for your very valuable interventions this morning. I think it really emerged that this is a dynamic area, and it is an area of policy making that has risen in strategic significance for all countries following the experience of the pandemic. And so we heard from 8 member states and 1 observer from ITU. What stood out in particular was all the country initiatives that are underway in the member states that spoke in terms of bridging the digital divide and in terms of accelerating digital transformation, with the idea that if harnessed well, digital technologies can really support sustainable development, but they also need to be universally available. I think there was also a very helpful and constructive offers of support and contributions to the ESCAP work, which emerged from our discussions today. And so I would like to thank all the distinguished delegates for that. In particular, the support was offered for implementation of the action plan of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway, as well as the work of APCICT, among other regional cooperative mechanisms of ESCAP. We will certainly continue to focus on development cooperation, and we will certainly continue to work closely with you in making the ESCAP provided platforms and ministerial conferences as useful as possible. And then finally, Chair, on the index, I would like to thank the interest shown and the suggestion that the Secretariat work further on the index in close partnership with the members and associate members of the ESCAP Commission. So as mentioned, this is the first edition, and we will continue to improve and build on it as we move forward in our next editions over the coming years. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Tiziana, for your excellent observations. Since time is reaching 12, we will now adjourn this meeting and shall reconvene at 1400 or 2 p.m. Bangkok time. Again, we'll reconvene in this room. So at 1400 hours Bangkok time, we shall continue the deliberations on agenda item number 3, which is the action plan for implementing the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative for 2022 to 2026. Delegates attending the committee session remotely are kindly asked to rejoin the session under the same webcast meeting links used this morning. If you experience any technical difficulties while using the video conferencing access to the meeting, the Secretariat stands ready to assist you through the operator chat function in Kudo. So with that, I'll see you at 2 p.m. later. This meeting is adjourned. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I request everybody to please take their seats so we can start our afternoon session. Hope you had a good lunch. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We shall now take up agenda item 3 on action plan for implementing the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative for 2022 to 2026. The Secretariat has circulated the following documents. This is the summary of the Asia-Pacific Digital Transformation Report 2022, as well as the action plan for implementing the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative for 2022 to 2026. And we will have one presentation from the Secretariat. Ms. Tijana, if you are ready to introduce this document. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and very good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It's my pleasure to present the highlights of the document that has been prepared by the Secretariat under this agenda item. Next, please. So this agenda item gives a summary of the action plan. So the action plan, so the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway was initiated through Resolution 76/7, and the objective is to bridge the digital divide and accelerate digital transformation by promoting connectivity, digital technology and applications, and data use. So 3 pillars. The vision, the broad vision, is to connect everything for everyone, everywhere, and the role of the initiative is to serve as an accelerator for SDG implementation and as at the same time to provide a framework for coordinating regional initiatives for ESCAP and partners' activities and programs. Next, please. In 2020, the third session of this committee, Mr. Chair, requested the Secretariat to set up a drafting group as part of the APIS steering committee to develop an action plan for the next phase of implementation for consideration and adoption by the committee at this session. So the drafting group was set up under the chairmanship of the Maldives, supported by Tonga and Mongolia as vice chairs. And it met in May of 2021 and completed its work in September 2021. Next, please. In November 2021, the 5th session of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Steering Committee met under the chairmanship of Cambodia and the Bhutan, Samoa, Timor-Leste, and the Philippines as vice chairs. And under the chairmanship of Cambodia, the 5th session of the steering committee adopted the action plan. It adopted a revised terms of reference for establishing 3 working groups, and it agreed to submit the action plan to the 4th session, which is this session, which is meeting today, for its review and endorsement. Next, please. So the action plan consists of 3 pillars and 25 actions. The first one, connectivity for all, that is more the supply side, the infrastructure side. Second, digital technologies and applications, that is linked more to the demand side, the use of the digital applications. And then the third pillar is an integration of supply and demand sides through the digital data, the data use, and the data management. Next, please. So the summary, very, very briefly, 25 ground-based practical actions for digital transformation. The leadership and ownership by member states has been strengthened, and that was done through the setting up of 3 working groups. The action plan supports sub-regional agendas, such as the ASEAN Master Plan for Connectivity, the Pacific ICT Strategic Action Plan, and the CAREC Digital Strategy in Central Asia. The action plan also supports global agendas and initiatives of the UN Secretary General, notably our common agenda, in which digital cooperation is one of the themes. And then it also supports the action lines of the World Summit on the Information Society, the WSIS process. As you all know, yesterday we had the regional review of WSIS, which we are mandated to undertake by a General Assembly resolution. So we intend to continue to do this, and we intend for the APIS actions to be supportive of the action lines of WSIS. And then, of course, supportive of the achievement of the SDG targets. Next, please. So in terms of the composition of the APIS Steering Committee Bureau, so the Steering Committee Chair is the Maldives, the Vice Chairs are Mongolia and Samoa, and then among the 3 working groups, the Connectivity for All, we have as co-chairs Armenia, United States of America, and then the vice chairs Kazakhstan, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. And then working group 2, the chair is India, and then the vice chairs Armenia, China, and Russian Federation. And then working group 3, the Republic of Korea, Armenia as chair, and then vice chairs Armenia and Sri Lanka. And then based on the discussions yesterday during the steering committee of the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative, its 6th session, we received further expressions of interest to join the Bureau. We received an expression of interest from Azerbaijan to co-chair Working Group 2. We also received an expression of interest from Uzbekistan to serve as vice chair of Working Group 2. And then Working Group 3, we received an expression of interest from Kazakhstan to co-chair. And then vice chairs of Working Group 3, we received an expression of interest from the Philippines. So this is all extremely encouraging, extremely supportive, and once again shows a very deep engagement of the member states in the process. By the terms of reference, we have a limitation on the membership of the bureaus, so we're still having consultations on the final configuration, but let me assure everyone that the composition and the finalization of the members of the bureau will be done by consensus. We operate by consensus, and I think we have a consensus emerging already in accordance with the terms of reference. But the fact that we have more expressions of interest than we can accommodate, once again, reflects a very important engagement by our member states. So my special appreciation for this. My final slide, Chair, got 1 more minute left. Matters for consideration by the committee. So the committee may wish to endorse the action plan for implementation. it may wish to request the ESCAP Secretariat to support its members and associate members in the implementation of the action plan through various modalities, such as analytical research, capacity building programs, etc., etc. And then the committee may wish to submit the action plan as an input to the Asia-Pacific Digital Ministerial Conference to be organized by the Republic of Korea with support of ESCAP in November, and then to submit the action plan to the ESCAP Commission in May 2023 through a draft resolution that will then guide the implementation of the action plan over the next 4 years. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tiziana Bonapace, for your excellent presentation. I now have the pleasure to invite our distinguished delegates to share your views and comments on the agenda item today. I would like to open the floor for interventions from members and associate members of the Commission first, and then to the observer countries and organizations. We have first on the list our delegate from Japan, Mr. Toru Terai, who is here in person. Mr. Terai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me a floor. Good afternoon, everyone. Japan has no objection to the action plan, but let me put some comments on these issues. First of all, when it comes to development of cross-border data and digital infrastructures, it is necessary to take into consideration various situations of the countries concerned, and the deliberation should be left primarily to the concerned party on a bilateral basis. Stakeholders from the international organization and other bodies should play their role in improvement environment in that sphere by supporting human resource development and sharing information on the best practices of the member countries. Second, there is a mention about the development of land-based fiber network in the ESCAP-related document. However, such issues needs to take adequate time for consideration, as it might have various operational challenges, including cost sharing of the management and the maintenance. Mr. Chair, Japan is not opposed to studying a comprehensive regional framework. However, given the characteristic of ICT, such framework should have enough space to flexibly and adaptively accommodate itself to changing environment of this era. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate of Japan, for that observation. We now have next on our floor the representative from the Republic of Korea, who is also here, Dr. Nam. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman, for giving me the floor. Excellencies, distinguished delegates and participants, the Republic of Korea would like to appreciate the ESCAP Secretariat and all the member states participating in the APIS Steering Committee for their effort to develop and draft the APIS Action Plan 2022 to 2026, guiding the next stage cooperation for digital innovation in the Asia-Pacific region. The use of ICT and emerging digital technologies for the sustainable development of the Asia-Pacific region has become more important with the COVID-19 pandemic. During the pandemic, it is observed that digital transformation has accelerated. New business models have emerged, and the impact of ICT and emerging digital technologies has become more important. But At the same time, the digital divide has widened in the Asia-Pacific region as well. To address the challenges, it is necessary to improve the quality of digital services as well as expand their coverage, which should be accompanied by improving the deployment of digital infrastructure and strengthening digital capacity. ESCAP has promoted the APIS initiative since 2012 in order to support ICT connectivity and capacity building in the Asia-Pacific region. And the Republic of Korea has actively participated in the initiative from the beginning. In 2021, ESCAP expanded the scope of the APIS project to cover discussions on digital transformation in general in the Asia-Pacific region and developed the action plan for implementing the APIS initiative 2022 to 2026 by operating a drafting group. The Republic of Korea has been actively participating in the APIS action plan 2022 to 2026 from the developing stage, including serving as the chair of the working group on Pillar 3 of digital data, and will continue to participating and contribute in the future. To maximize the benefit of digital transformation in the future, cross-border business activities and international cooperation is important. We expect ESCAP Secretariat and member states to actively participate in the APIS initiative in the future. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Delegate from Korea, for your inputs. We have now online our representative from Tonga, Mr. Andrew Tiomoana. Mr. Tiomoana, are you online? You have the floor. Delegate from Tonga.
Maybe it takes a little while for him.
Yeah,
maybe we can move to
Samoa.
And then we'll go back to Tonga.
If Tonga is not yet online, we will move to the next one.
He's online.
Yes,
apparently.
okay. Okay, he's just fixing his.
Wait
Yes.
a few seconds.
Okay. There you go. I think I see him now.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tonga.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, please allow me to extend our sincere thanks to the ESCAP Secretariat for convening the fourth session of the Committee on Information and Communication Technology, Science, Technology, and Innovation. This important session is timely and important to stocktake on the progress of regional cooperation on digital connectivity for Asia and the Pacific. Mr. Chair, Tonga puts important emphasis on in providing resilient digital infrastructure connectivity. The recent volcanic eruption in Tonga that disconnected the only submarine cable for broadband internet to the country has highlighted the importance of redundancy of digital connectivity. In response to the comment of Tonga, together with other key stakeholders, discussing of the connection of a second submarine cable. In addition, satellite communication have been strengthened, especially for the outer islands, to act as backups should the submarine cables be disrupted again. My delegation is therefore pleased to see that the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Action Plan 2022 to 2026 includes focuses on smart cables and resilient digital infrastructure connectivity. Tonga therefore requests the ESCAP Secretariat to continue supporting resilient digital connectivity for Tonga and other Pacific Islands countries. Digital transformation is also of great importance for Tonga. A recent internal restructuring in my ministry has resulted in the creation of a new digital transformation department. This department reports directly to the Prime Minister of Tonga, who has keen interest on promoting digital transformation for the sustainable development of Tonga. The Digital Transformation Department is currently looking into developing a national policy on digital transformation that will assist to coordinate all different stakeholders working in this space. My delegation is pleased to see the digital transformation in an area of potential cooperation under the new ABIS action plan. As such, my delegation requests the support of the ESCAP Secretariat and regional partners on promoting digital transformation for sustainable development in Tonga and other Pacific Island countries. Tonga has continued to engage and support the implementation of the ASIP platform. Tonga therefore offers its continued full support to the new ABIS action plan. I therefore invite ESCAP member countries to work together on accelerating digital transformation for sustainable development through this new ABIS action plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tonga, for your inputs on this. And next on the floor is Samoa, who's here in person. Samoa.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished guests, Excellencies. Samoa supports the action plan for the information superhighway, and it provides its support in terms of continued collaboration together with its Pacific partners and island states in developing new initiatives and activities that will strengthen the capacity of our communities in this area, as well as improving connectivity for member states in collaboration through better resourcing of population and the people of the Pacific and Samoa. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you to the delegate of Samoa for your intervention this afternoon. We have on standby our delegate from China, who is online. If the delegate from China is ready, you can now speak. You have the floor.
谢谢主席先生。亚太信息高速公路倡议是 ESCAP 信息通信合作重要成果和关键领域。倡议上阶段落实取得积极进展，为推进区域互联互通和数字转型发挥了重要作用。中方注意到会议相关背景文件内容，对 APIS 指导委员会以及起草小组、相关工作组为制定行动计划所做工作表示肯定，希望各方能围绕行动计划3大支柱领域开展务实合作，实现阶段愿景和目标，帮助区域各国，特别是发展中国家，提升信息技术能力，更好推进落实2030年可持续发展议程。同时，中方注意到2022年首届亚太数字部长会将于韩国举办，期待会议为推动亚太地区数字转型作出贡献。西 ESCAP 秘书处就会议举办方式、可能的成果文件等进一步向成员国说明情况，以便各方考虑与会事宜。谢谢。
Thank you, Ms. Ke, the delegate from China. Next is in person, is the delegate from the Philippines. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite abrupt changes encountered during the pandemic, which challenged resiliency, it became an opportunity to boost creativity in innovation and technology. It gave a bird's eye view of the digital issues being faced in order to achieve the connectivity goals as aspired in the International Telecom Union Connect 2030 agenda to connect all to a better world. As the demand for connectivity continually rises, we are constantly faced with challenges to respond to the growing need for pervasive and resilient broadband infrastructure. Excellencies, as we traverse the fourth industrial revolution, we should continually address the connectivity gap, giving emphasis especially on the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas through plans and policies that are aligned to international commitments and responsive to the needs of our citizenry and stakeholders. The Philippines applauds the efforts of the APIS Steering Committee and the Drafting Committee. We commend their dedication in developing responses to connectivity issues and advancing safe and affordable digital access through the formulation of the Action Plan for the implementation of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway, APIS 2022 to 2026. With this, we promote the active engagement and contribution of various stakeholders, including international organizations, businesses, non-governmental organizations, academia, and think tanks in the implementation of the action plan. The Philippines commits to continuously support the implementation of the APIS action plan by strengthening domestic approaches to advance digital transformation through local initiatives such as the National Broadband Plan and Free Wi-Fi for All project. The National Broadband Plan addresses the clamor for universal, faster, and affordable internet access all over the country. The Free Wi-Fi for All project, branded as Broadband ng Masa in our language or Broadband for All in English, provides free public Wi-Fi to all citizens in all public places in the country on top of a government network and the private sector-led multi-owned and multi-operator environment of the telecom sector, with government acting as facilitator, regulator, and investor. As the demand for connectivity continually rises, we are constantly faced with challenges to respond to the growing need for pervasive and resilient broadband infrastructure that would carry digital services, applications, and content and increase digital opportunities. The WSIS action lines provided us a guide which we can all use towards achievement of our national development goals, which are aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. The WSIS prizes provided us a glimpse of best practices and various use cases to connect, harness, innovate, and protect our networks, applications, and digital data. The Philippines, for example, was nominated and won on the Information and Communication Infrastructure for the Project Free Internet Access Program for isolated island provinces of Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi in the Philippines with about 2 million residents having challenges due to geographic constraints. Digital technologies and applications are now available and are continuing to be improved to enable us towards digital transformation. Inclusive growth and development is certainly something that we all aspire for. With improved internet access, we may realize improved governance, secured online access to public services, digitized government archives, and harmonized access to data across government offices. Moreover, through this action plan, we envision that information and communication technology will be accessible and inclusive for all. Again, we'd like to thank and congratulate the committee for organizing a meaningful avenue to gather member states, associate members, and observers to collaborate in transforming nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Delegate from the Philippines, for your inputs. Next on the floor is our distinguished minister from Maldives. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we would like to impress on the Chair and this committee the energy and enthusiasm with which the member states and the Bureau approached the development of the new action plan for APIS. Therefore, we look forward to the endorsement of the APIS Action Plan 2022 to 2026 by this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And thank you, Maldives, for the support. So next is our delegate from the United States of America. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. The United States also applauds the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Steering Committee for excellent collaboration in preparing the Action Plan 2022 to 2026. We strongly support the vision of connectivity for all. The U.S. efforts to promote connectivity for all include capacity building, such as programming under the Digital Connectivity and Cybersecurity Partnership, and through engagement in multilateral forums, such as the ITU Telecommunication Development Bureau. As co-chair of Working Group 1 under the APIS, we look forward to exchanging experiences and best practices with ESCAP member states to close the digital divides and help people everywhere and from all walks of life enjoy the benefits of digital connectivity. The United States welcomes the opportunity to join Armenia as co-chairs of Working Group 1. We look forward to working with other members of the Bureau on Working Groups 1, 2, and 3. Already, we have been grateful to collaborate with colleagues on Working Group 1 and the Secretariat on capacity building programs. These would include a 2-day virtual conference on best practices in Universal Service Fund administration. We encourage active engagement and contributions from stakeholders from various sectors, including international organizations, businesses, non-governmental organizations, academia, and think tanks in the implementation of the action plan. Working together, the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Action Plan provides a means to support the world's growing demand for reliable, secure, high-tech connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you, United States, for your expression of support and your inputs this afternoon. And we have one more for this afternoon's input coming from the delegate of Thailand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thailand fully supports APIS Initiative 2022 to 2026 to enable the Asia-Pacific region to become a digital economy and society. We must pay attention to the human resource development in digital technology and innovation, creativity, cooperation between private sector and public sector, and also the civil society, as well as to focus on the development of the environment or fundamentals that facilitate investment in research, infrastructure, digital technology, and management to drive our country and the region towards such goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much from our delegate from Thailand. Are there still any more interventions? Yes, Armenia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies and the Presidency. We would like to again thank you for all the participant country who are co-chairing and chairing together with us. The United States in the working group, co-chairing in a working group with China and Russia, and in a working group with Sri Lanka. We want to encourage other countries to get engaged into this process. We are really delighted and humbled to be together working and shaping this action plan, and we are looking to develop the tools for the successful application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Armenia, and thank you for your inputs also. So, any more? Any more from the floor? I see and hear none. I'd like to open it for the observers. If there are any observers on the floor who would like to have some interventions. Yes, Azerbaijan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Excellence, Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative is a useful platform and opportunity for the countries to develop their digitalization policy together and learning the global technology trends, implementation of future and emerging technologies are our common goal. And from our side, we'll also have contribution to implement Action Plan 2022-2026. And these 3 working groups cover main topics and global issues. Now the technology trends, and we are interested in actively participate at this work of this platform. And we already expressed our interest in being as a co-chair at the working group too, and hope we'll have great outputs from these working groups as a co-chair and chairs. Thank you again.
Thank you, Azerbaijan, for your remarks. Any more from the floor? Observers? As I don't see any, I'd like to then invite our secretary, Ms. Tiziana Bonapace, to provide the concluding observations.
Thank you very much, Chair. And under this agenda item, we had 11 members of the Commission make statements. And the overall consensus is that the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Plan of Action 2022 to 2026 is endorsed. We had very specific offers of support in the implementation of the action plan. We also heard about the deep commitment of our members to the action plan and their energy and desire to see implementation accelerated. We also received guidance in terms of ensuring that we maintain flexibility and adaptability given how things change rapidly in our modern world, and also the need for us to take into consideration the different situations of countries, so maintain a flexible approach. And in particular, the need for us to focus on human resource development, capacity building, and then the role of international organizations in information sharing. So those points are all very well noted, Chair. They will be part of our draft resume of the session. And so once again, I would like to really express my deep appreciation to all the member states for the support and for the guidance and for the reflections and offers of commitment that were made this afternoon. And the Secretariat is ready and looking forward to working in close partnership with all our members and associate members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Tiziana Bonapace, for your concluding observations. That was a very good summary of what has been taken up for this agenda item number 3. And also thank you for the 11 countries who have participated and contributed to the discussion for this afternoon session. So now we shall proceed to agenda item number 4, which is the 4th Industrial Revolution Technologies for Sustainable Development. We take up, is he here?
He was pretty head of the Asian and Pacific Center for Transfer of
Is he here?
She's not here, but I think we have to go ahead.
Okay. So we shall now take up agenda item number 4 on the 4th Industrial Revolution Technologies for Sustainable Development.
Yeah, just go
Okay.
ahead.
The Secretariat has circulated the following document, 4th Industrial Revolution Technologies for Sustainable Development, and we will have one presentation from the Secretariat before us. Following the presentation by the Secretariat, we also have We also have special remarks by two government representatives, His Excellency Dr. Renato Solidum Jr., Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology from the Philippines, and Mr. Surinder Pal Singh, Joint Secretary of the Department of Science and Industrial Research, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. Followed by Mr. Borg Brende, President, World Economic Forum, to be delivered through a pre-recorded video. Thank you. We have with us here Ms. Preeti Soni, the head of the Asian Pacific and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology. And so she will be presenting and introducing this document. You have the floor, Ms. Preeti.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce the document for Agenda Item 4, entitled Fourth Industrial Revolution Technologies for Sustainable Development. Next, please. The Fourth Industrial Revolution Technologies, or 4I technologies, as commonly known, include artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, nanotechnologies, among others. The 4I technologies are driving the advancements in science, technology, and innovation. These technologies, encompassing digital, physical, and biological spheres, are transforming the ways in which we live and work. They are increasingly becoming mainstream, enabling digital transformation of production and delivery systems. Development of and utilization of 4I technologies is happening at an unprecedented rate, as seen by the increase in their market size and projections for the future. Faster diffusion, development, and transfer of 4I technologies can be harnessed for environmental, social, and economic benefits. Next, please. 4IR technologies can play an important role for moving towards sustainable development. The latest SDG report for Asia and Pacific 2022 of ESCAP indicates a slow progress of SDGs in the region. The progress has been slowed further due to COVID-19 pandemic and climate change. At the current pace, the Sustainable Development Goals will not be achieved until 2065. So there is a need for an external impetus to accelerate the pace of sustainable development, and in this, the 4IR technologies can play a catalytical role. According to a study undertaken by the World Economic Forum, 70% of the 169 targets can be enabled by existing 4IR technologies. And there are a number of examples that are already existing of innovative application of 4IR technologies that contribute to sustainable development. They are leading to enhancement of efficiency through integrated manufacturing, efficient systems for delivery of public services, including for cash transfers, and also looking at conservation of resources, for example, through precision agriculture enabled by AI, big data, and Internet of Things. Many such examples and applications exist, especially for strengthening healthcare and for addressing climate change, the two of the major challenges to sustainable development that are being faced globally as well as by the Asia-Pacific region. Next, please. First, healthcare. 4IR technologies are strengthening healthcare systems by introducing new methods of treatment and vaccine development, new monitoring techniques, improved access to healthcare, improving the proximity between patient and service providers, and also helping in the management of healthcare systems by the government and private sector. An example of this is from Republic of Korea, wherein a COVID-19 test kit was developed in about 2 weeks using algorithms based on artificial intelligence. Another example is India's Electronic Vaccine Intelligence Network, EVIN, which leveraged Internet of Things and provided a real-time track and trace system to monitor movement and shortage of vaccines. Applications also include smart sensing, nanomaterials for personalized medicine. 4IR technologies for healthcare require addressing certain aspects related to data piracy, sharing and safety, medical ethics, standards and regulations, and may require new platforms for sharing medical, molecular, and scientific data. Next, please. 4IR can also help in addressing climate change and achieving long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. 4IR technologies present many innovative aspects, especially for energy sector. Examples include artificial intelligence-enabled smart solar energy systems, intelligent motors, using big data to locate harmful emissions, and innovations such as virtual power plants, which are based on cloud-based control centers using Internet of Things and other digital technologies. 4IR technologies are also being used as enablers of mitigative and adaptation mechanisms. For instance, the smart city of Sondo in the Republic of Korea is built based on application of Internet of Things to bring benefits such as reduction in emissions, in pollution, and creating better systems of efficient traffic management, saving energy, and creating a cleaner environment. Some of the other examples also include machine learning techniques for climate projections, Internet of Things devices for efficient conversion of waste into clean fuels. In Indonesia, big data and artificial intelligence are also being used to address deforestation. In agriculture, use of digital and precision technologies are being used to connect farmers and sellers and consumers that produce value-added services. Adoption of 4IR technology, specifically for climate change, may need to take into consideration cost-effectiveness, cultural compatibility, social acceptability of these technologies, while also creating innovative business models, skilling, and capacity building. Next, please. The benefits of 4IR technologies for sustainable development are significant. However, these technologies also come with their own set of challenges. And these challenges have to be understood and addressed for their efficient use. The challenges may be related to digital divide across different regions and socioeconomic groups, issues related to data capture and use, potential impact on employment. The development and diffusion may also be limited by challenges such as inadequate research and development spending, digital infrastructure, access gap, policy and regulatory limitations, and gaps in skilling and education regarding the 4IR technologies. The technological status and advancement, enabling environment, and actions of different stakeholders will determine how the challenges would be addressed and the technologies could be used more efficiently for meeting sustainable development goals. And in this regard, development of enabling environment, conducive regulatory environments, and collaboration and cooperation at all levels, including regional cooperation, would be very important. Next. For creating enabling ecosystems, the role of government is vital in providing infrastructure through policy frameworks, institutional support programs, investment mechanisms. Some key aspects to be considered in this regard include putting in place adequate digital infrastructure, establishing incentive mechanisms and financial models, including support for breakthrough innovations and for commercializations of grassroots innovations. Capacity building, collaboration, and interdisciplinary research by universities and research institutions, as well as the private sector, would be important as well. Empowering the workforce through knowledge, skill development, and entrepreneurship would also be one of the considerations in this regard. Next. The role of regional cooperation is also critical. An urgent and collaborative approach was seen during the pandemic, when a lot of stakeholders came together for the development of the vaccine. Collaborations could also derive other urgent actions, particularly pertaining to addressing climate change and achievement of SDGs. The key considerations for countries of the region for enhancing regional cooperation would be jointly enhancing understanding and harnessing the benefits of 4IR technologies, working together to address common concerns and building enabling environment, including sector-specific data protocols that are necessary for data safety, learning from each other's good practices, working together to reduce the digital divide, and utilize platforms of South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation for accelerating adoption of 4IR technologies. Next. Recognizing the linkages between 4IR technologies and sustainable development, the Secretariat has been engaged in activities to promote development, adoption, and diffusion of 4IR technologies. It has been organizing a series of international capacity building events, especially since the last 2 years, to deliberate on opportunities and challenges related to 4IR technologies, as well as identifying the priorities and potential for regional cooperation. Deliberations at these events have resulted in several recommendations, including emphasis on role of knowledge sharing, capacity building, collaborations, and partnerships for regional cooperation. In addition to these capacity building events, ESCAP has also been supporting governments in the design of policies and regulatory frameworks to support the effective adoption of select 4IR technologies. And ESCAP has also been working with government agencies to identify concrete policy challenges to use of 4IR technologies such as artificial intelligence and using it for social good, and to conduct research that can help better inform the design of such policies. Next, please. Against this background, we would like to invite the committee to share national experiences, and some of the matters for consideration of the committee is also to indicate the types of support that may be required from the Secretariat to promote development, diffusion, and adoption of 4IR technologies and their innovative applications, specifically for different aspects pertaining to sustainable development, particularly for climate change and healthcare. We also invite the committee to make recommendations to advance promotion of 4IR technologies for sustainable development in the region and identify new and priority policy issues related to 4IR technologies for sustainable development that may be addressed through regional cooperation. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Priti Soni, for your presentation. I now have the pleasure of calling Dr. Renato Solidum, Jr., of the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology of the Philippines. He will be delivering his remarks online. Is he online?
It's a video.
It's a video.
Okay. So, well, there's something wrong with the video. So, there's also another video, pre-recorded video of Mr. Broadband, who is the president of the World Economic Forum. Can we play the video of Mr. Brende? I think there's a problem with the video player. I think it's two video.
They were working this morning, but they're not working in the afternoon.
Are we able to play?
Perhaps, Chair, we could open the floor
yeah.
for the
While
country
they work on it,
delegations.
yes.
And then we'll come back to the video. I
Yes.
think they are trying to sort out the problem. But they were tested in the morning and they were working.
Okay. So let them figure that out first. Is it okay already? Not yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
So they're still figuring out how the video is going to be played. In the meantime, so that not to waste everybody's time here, we'd like to open the floor for interventions. Is there any? For agenda item number 4, we have our delegate from Pakistan who is online, Mr. Syed Hassani. Okay, so he's online. Mr. Hassani, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Excellencies and distinguished delegates, Industry 4.0 is revolutionizing the way companies manufacture, improve, and distribute their products. Manufacturers are integrating new technologies, including Internet of Things, cloud computing and analytics, and AI and machine learning into their production facilities and throughout their operations. These smart factories are equipped with advanced sensors, embedded software, and robotics that collect and analyze data and allow for better decision making. Developing smart factories provides an incredible opportunity for the manufacturing industry to enter the fourth industrial revolution. Analyzing the large amounts of big data collected from sensors on the factory floor ensures real-time visibility of manufacturing assets and can provide tools for performing predictive maintenance in order to minimize equipment downtime. The field of fourth industry revolution technologies has attracted researchers because of its ambitious goals and enormous underlying intellectual challenges. Attributed to recent advancements, AI-powered robots are now doing the grunt work in factories. Driverless cars have become a reality. Barbie uses speech recognition to talk and listen to children. Companies are using AI to improve their product and increase sales through e-commerce. We at Ministry of Information Technology and Telecommunication and its apex bodies, Pakistan Software Export Board and Ignite, are very much cognizant of these emerging challenges for our industry and society at large, and are introducing programs tailored for our national needs, namely Challenge Driven Innovation Fund and Technology Transition Fund. Aim is to promote indigenous research and innovation activities by providing a platform for Industry 4.0 related businesses and promote a culture of global competitiveness. By aligning our programs with the National Industry 4.0 vision, the Ministry of Information Technology and Telecommunication is aiming to create a visible impact at the national scale. Thank you for the opportunity and looking forward to working closely with the honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Delegate from Pakistan, Mr. Hassani, for your inputs. We have next our delegate from India, who's here in person. India, you have the floor. It's Mr. Surinder Pal Singh. No, he's not here. Okay. Yeah. So we'll proceed to the next one from the United States again. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The United States strongly supports responsible innovation and promotes economic growth. A truly successful digital age depends on vibrant competition and innovation that produces sustainable and inclusive development. Critical and emerging technologies have fueled economic growth, created new ways to express views and access information, enable social progress, and given people better tools to participate in public debate and determine their own futures. There's no better time or place than a Forum on Emerging Technologies for Development to renew a commitment to global cooperation rooted in inclusivity, multi-stakeholder engagement, and respect for the international rules-based order. Our goal is clear: to build strong networks of countries, companies, and universities connected by shared values and a shared commitment to conduct science, to design and deploy technology for the benefit of all people, to strengthen open and interoperable systems, and to encourage freedom of thought and expression, which is at the heart of science, technology, and innovation, and of course, democratic values and principles. We applaud efforts to promote multi-stakeholder approaches to development and responsible use of emerging technologies, including voluntary collaborations with private industry. Examples of such collaboration include Google.org's funding of ESCAP and the Association of Pacific Rim Universities research projects in AI for social good, which has funded researchers at the Australian National University and the National University of Singapore to assist Thailand with poverty alleviation and medicine and healthcare applications. The United States does take note of comments in the Secretariat's note regarding the Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies for sustainable development relating to intellectual property, including the statement that new models of IP management and policies can help enhance access to Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies in developing countries, and that it may be useful to explore the development of regional technology banks that can be repositories of technological breakthroughs and developments related to Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies. The effective protection of intellectual property is essential to innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. Participation in any new models of IP management, including exploration of regional technology banks, should be done on a voluntary basis and on mutually agreed terms. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much from our delegate from the United States. We have another from Armenia. Armenia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We appreciate very much the report and the vector of the Fourth Industrial Revolution dimension. We just want to again highlight that this is the vector to help countries to come closer, which are very far away from the technology, and make it accessible for all the participants. Remembering that the Fourth Industrial Revolution is not the target, but the tool to make the life for a more sustainable for humanity. And we as the policymakers in our action plan to create the dimensions where we can engage more people to design the better solutions, and remind that there is important to bring the wisdom of the senior people here and not forget the youth who can bring and explain better about the importance of the emerging technologies. We noticed that there is a gap of the engaging the young people. So we suggest to engage this into the next level of finding the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Armenia, for that observation. And so I'd like to now give the floor to India, Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. India appreciates the efforts of the Secretariat of ESCAP, especially of the Committee on CICTSTI, in adoption and promotion of Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies for sustainable development in Asia-Pacific region. As host country to Asia-Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, since 1977, India shares a long and mutually supportive relationship with the Center in Advancing Science, Technology and Innovation agenda in the Asia-Pacific region. In 2021, India had the honor to host 17th session of the Governing Council of APCTT and facilitated the proceedings and deliberations of the intergovernmental meetings of ESCAP. India, as a prelude to the 17th session of Governing Council meeting, organized the International Conference on Fourth Industrial Revolution Technologies for Sustainable Development on 30th November 2021 in New Delhi. India participated in capacity building events organized by APCTT during 2021 and 2022 to promote exchange and knowledge sharing on the opportunities, strategies, and challenges in exploring Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies in Asia and Pacific. There are many schemes and programs initiated by the Government of India where Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies have helped not only to reach to the masses but have resulted into greater achievement of the objectives of the government regarding making their life easy. The vision of Digital India program through adoption of Bharat Interface for Money, also known as BHIM, Unified Payments Interface, also known as UPI, Aadhaar, Digital Identification of Citizens, and the COVID Vaccine Intelligence Network, COVIN, transformed India into a digitally empowered society. These have facilitated Indian citizens by way of easing digital financial transactions and managing mass vaccination during the COVID-19 pandemic. India has a vibrant ecosystem in the form of technological infrastructure equipped with centers of excellence, common engineering facility centers, demo centers to showcase and train talent in disruptive technologies of Industry 4.0. The Government of India has taken several initiatives under different capital goods schemes to establish centers of excellence, thereby promoting technological innovations in deep tech of Industry 4.0, such as cyber physical systems, edge computing, machine tools, data analytics, and many more. The Government of India has pioneered national policies to promote Industry 4.0, which are focused on advanced manufacturing, Internet of Things, blockchain, cyber physical systems, and artificial intelligence, among others. Under these initiatives, the Department of Heavy Industries has successfully initiated the Samarth Udyog Bharat 4.0 initiative to promote and adopt the best practices of Industry 4.0 for the capital goods industry. In addition, micro, small, and medium enterprise technology development centers, software technology parks of India, Center of Excellence for Fourth Industrial Revolution, NASCOM, Center of Excellence by several state governments, and advanced manufacturing automation by Ministry of Railways are also important steps from India. Niti Aayog of India, which is a policy-making body, has formulated a roadmap which includes setting up of 5 research excellence centers, 20 institutes for transformational AI and cloud computing platforms. Ministry of Science and Technology has also set up 25 technology innovation hubs across the country through the National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems to boost new and emerging fourth IR technologies to power national initiatives in key areas. Fourth Industrial Revolution is already being implemented in stages, but a healthy supply chain is required to ensure its smooth and balanced deployment. The promotion and adoption of these technologies require huge quantitative and qualitative investments, especially on cyber infrastructure, such as high-performance computing, which plays a crucial role in realizing various technologies that can create value for Industry 4.0 networks. ESCAP and APCTT are already working hard for development, adoption, and diffusion of fourth IR technologies in the Asia-Pacific region. They may explore more possibilities of support to member states in mainstreaming the uses of fourth IR technologies through formulating policy and advisory, research and analytical help, strategy as well as roadmap development, training, and capacity building of targeted stakeholders with knowledge dissemination, etc. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Delegate from India for your inputs. And we have now, again, a comment, intervention from the Delegate from Thailand. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the place that the fourth IR is changing the region's socio-economic landscape, Government play an important role to promote the accessibility and affordability to digital infrastructure. The Royal Thai government has been launched the Thailand Digital Economy and Society Development Plan to encourage the country to constructive make use of digital technology to its full potential in the development of infrastructure, innovations, information, workforce, and other resources in a bid to mobilize national economic and social development. Thailand also would like to call for ESCAP members to seek effective and appropriate measures to curb the potential threat from cybercrime and strengthen cybersecurity capability as we have become the increasingly reliant on the digital technology. Thank you.
Thank you from the Honorable Delegate of Thailand for your contribution to this afternoon's discussion. So do I still see anybody from the floor, both delegates and observers? Do you still have any interventions?
Maldives.
Maldives? Oh, yes, the Minister from Maldives. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the fourth industrial revolution technologies are undoubtedly a key to the challenges, a key solution to the challenges we face today. In the Maldives, we are working with ESCAP and UNDESA in building capacity of government officials in developing policy experimentation and regulatory sandboxes is a key tool to expedite the introduction of emerging 4IR technologies into Maldives. In particular, we are working with ESCAP and UNDESA and our central bank in exploring the opportunities for establishing a regulatory sandbox to introduce digital currencies, CBDCs, as a central tool for managing digital financial inclusivity, but also managing the various shocks we face in the turbulent global environment of today. In addition, just about an year and a half ago, our government made a decision to bring the technology department into the Ministry of Environment and set up a Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Technology, bringing together key aspects of the challenges Maldives faces today. So as we look forward to explore how technology, especially the emerging technologies, the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, can be used in our efforts to survive into the future. Our efforts to keep our country together, to survive the extreme weather. We look forward to the initiatives, the ideas that's been presented in this session. In particular, we would like to explore how fourth industrial revolution technologies can be employed in the protection of coral reefs and marine biodiversity. We've heard yesterday during the APIS session from ITU about smart underwater submarine cable technology. We've heard today about IoT, about drones, and about AI. It is time that we start putting these technologies together to face the challenges not just for tomorrow, but the challenges of today, the challenges of climate change, extreme weather, the challenges that small island states are facing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maldives, for those very astute observations and concerns that you've raised. We have on online our delegate from Bangladesh, Amin, Mr. Amin. Please, you have the floor. Is Mr. Amin online?
Maybe just give a few seconds.
Yes, always.
Regarding this,
Oh.
for
Okay.
example,
Here.
job challenging when the jobs due to advanced automation, RMG sector are vulnerable due to automation, and focus should be given on integrating big data, data analytics, AI, and automation to create more jobs. And entire education ecosystems have to be redesigned in order to address all these issues and to explore the benefits of fourth year. Government has formulated policies such as AI strategies, blockchain strategies. Cyber security is one of the key issues due to this fourth industrial revolution's technologies. So government of Bangladesh has established digital security agency and also formulated cyber security strategy, and to protect the critical information infrastructure also formulated critical information infrastructure guidelines. Most importantly, there is a master plan called ICT Master Plan for Smart Bangladesh is being formulated. It's underway. That at the beginning, it is in the preliminary stage at the moment. So the government of Bangladesh has declared Smart Bangladesh approach for addressing all these issues and to harness the benefits of fourth IR. And there are some components of Smart Bangladesh ICT 2041 Master Plan are smart citizen, smart government, smart society, and smart economy. So in smart citizen, just universal digital ID, citizen upscaling, and citizen collaboration platforms, etc. And under smart government, the activities considering whole of the government, such as smart healthcare, blended learning, smart postal services, smart judiciary, smart civil service, all these things. And under smart society, inclusive financial ecosystems, green sustainable Bangla, that is smart cities, smart grids, digital climate resilience, and smart tolerance and cultural movement. Under this, embedding digital hygiene among all citizens in all aspects of daily life. Under smart economy, there are fourth IR industry accelerators, ICT industry accelerations, Startup Bangladesh, and tech and infrastructure backbone. So this this document is being formulated at the moment. It's in the preliminary stage, and some other activities the government of Bangladesh is running at the moment, such as innovation fund providing to the students and entrepreneurs to for their innovation in fourth year and advanced technologies, and also another Sheikh Hasina Institute of Frontier Technology. There's a project. This institution is will be established to educate and to train the citizens and the young students of the country on fourth industrial revolutions and disruptive technologies. There's a project titled Enhancing Digital Government and Economy. So under this project, there are lots of activities has been taken. It's regarding academic collaboration. The government of Bangladesh, particularly ICT division, is dealing with collaboration with MIT and Harvard and other universities to develop the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country and to train the young entrepreneurs of the country under these projects. And there will be a center of excellence will be established in the country. So there are some other areas I would like to focus on that to address this 40 IRs, such as Bangladesh National Digital Architecture has been established in order to maintain interoperability among government agencies. There are to ensure the data protection. The government has taken the initiatives to formulate Data Protection Act. Already draft act has been published, and at the moment it's on stakeholder discussions and consultation stage. There are government has established startup company limiters, and there are other initiatives for innovations and addressing all these benefits from aspire to innovation. There is A2I program. Under this program, several initiatives and activities has been taken. And another project is called Idea Projects. It has been established to promote the new businesses and to support the new startups and innovators. So that's all from my part at the moment. Thanks for your patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Delegate from Bangladesh, for your inputs for this afternoon. So are there any more interventions on the floor and online? Any more? So far, I don't see any. So with that, I'd like to now turn the floor over to our to Ms. Preeti Soni for the concluding observations.
Thank you so much, Chair. And it's an honor to deliver and talk about some concluding observations. There were two panel members who we could not play the video today, but hopefully they will be played in the morning, which will give further insights into the topic today. But I would like to thank all the distinguished representatives who had made intervention today and providing inspiring statements and sharing their perspectives on 4IR technologies. We had 7 interventions from different countries, and all of them presented different areas that highlight the importance of 4IR, also talk about some of the challenges, and also bring about the importance of regional cooperation and the work that the Secretariat could do in this regard. So again, a deep sense of gratitude. I'm not going to, just a few ideas that I think I should just highlight. There were some valuable suggestions that were received on realizing 4IR technologies and their adoption through regional cooperation, and there was a lot of emphasis that was given on in the interventions to explore ways to include 4IR into academic programs, to explore mechanisms to actually support innovators and entrepreneurs to look at 4IR as an area of work, to also bring together different multi-stakeholder capacity building forums and provide platforms and networks to ensure that the 4IR technologies can be developed better, and enhance collaboration on 4IR. One of the important suggestions was also to bring in youth to the discussions and dialogues, and also encourage them in the development and diffusion of OIR technologies, which I think was an important area to also look at. We did have a number of suggestions on where the Secretariat could also work, and some of these to support regional cooperation become important in enhancing the understanding on 4IR, to looking and documenting the innovative applications, but bringing the stakeholders together as well. So I think there was another major intervention that highlighted the need for mainstreaming the usage of 4IR through policy and advisory support, through research and analytical support, and also developing roadmaps, trainings, capacity building of targeted stakeholders, and indulging in knowledge management, in knowledge creation and sharing. Meeting of needs of the member states will require a lot more work from the Secretariat, and especially to design targeted programs that can refer to not only researchers, private sectors, youth, but also the other active actors as well. So these were some of the observations that I would like to reiterate. I also hope that tomorrow, with the presentations made available from the panelists, some of these things would also be reiterated. And I just wish to conclude by reiterating our strong commitment to support the member countries and the commitment on behalf of the Secretariat for continuing and strengthening our efforts on 4IR. Thank you very much for highlighting their relevance and the need for further work in this area. Thank you very much, and I hand it over back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Preeti Soni, for that excellent concluding observations. And I'd like to once more thank all the participants for this afternoon's session on Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies. It's quite appropriate. We have been technologically challenged this afternoon with some of the videos not playing, but it's part of the challenges that we face, really, when we venture into this new arena, new age on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So with that, I'd like to conclude the session for this afternoon. The fourth session, which is the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, Science, Technology, and Innovation. We will convene again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in this very same room and under the same Kudo or online platform to resume our discussions on agenda item number 4 on assessment of information and communications technology capacity building needs in Asia and the Pacific. And hopefully by then the technology would have caught up with us, and the 2 videos would start working by tomorrow. So with that, I'd like to adjourn the meeting and have a pleasant day for the rest of the evening.